Hello. Took me a little more time than usual to reach the point where I say hello, but hello. It seems that Ochette is excited today because everyone is making her do the awoo. Well, at least it happened several times. But hello and welcome, everyone. It's been a little while since Sucro, because I really didn't like Nier, and also I haven't been feeling the best. I still don't feel the best. I never really feel that great, but all that aside, I wanted to try and stream again anyway. So today, I've skipped the rest of Nier, probably won't go back to that. If I ever do that, it'll probably be off camera and skipping a lot of things. I've also decided to at least postpone the last role quest stuff for now, because that's slightly Nier adjacent, but like very, very slightly, and that there's also haha, all dwarves are alcoholics in it. Shrug. Don't love that. Don't love fantasy race that is stereotypes of itself. Question mark? I don't know how to phrase that well. Anyway, we're gonna go to 5.4 main story quest, which is probably good instead of bad. Or, like, at least probably not uncomfortable. So let's go over here. And now adventure from Dragon Quest III can stop for a second, or forever. For now. Oh, I will do the rest of the role quests, don't worry. I'm just delaying that one a little bit because I also don't like copious alcohol use that much, and I would like to like do something that I will probably like from the game before going back to something that might be a little bit less something I would like. I don't know. It's probably not like a major component of the healer quest line, I guess, but like, you know. Fantasy video games that present a fantasy race make them not all act the same challenge. Difficulty level, quite difficult. This also applies to all fantasy media. You don't have to have fantasy race-wide characteristics that are always adhered to, such as dwarves like to drink. You don't have to do it. You just don't have to do that. Stop doing that. Anyway. But yeah, this is very much stuff I haven't seen before. Hopefully I worded that little complaint in a way that seems like normal. That seems like the sort of complaint you have to word carefully. I don't know. But what did the funny retainers do today? Oh, they've gone to the moon. And also stolen stained glass. I forgot I put a trumpet in the corner. I'm going to Dusk Court Cloth. That sounds fancy. I wonder if that's actually fancy, or if that's just fancy but not, like, worth anything. It's kind of worth a little bit. Oh no, Rika Elite 4. Wow. I'm not gonna bother selling it right now. This game is, like, okay about that for a lot of the time, except for, like, what they are still calling tribes, I guess. Where they are worse about that. Oh right, the decorations are reminding me of a crime that you must learn about. So let's go to an inn. You must witness the crimes that this game is committing right now before we continue. Here I go. So there's a summer event right now, the Moonfire Fair, which is currently giving you like a Power Rangers outfit, effectively. Now, this outfit would have been fun to have, potentially. Do I have like a blank one anywhere? I'm not really using this one, I think. I still think of it as Power Rangers because that's just what I know, but Kamen Rider is also probably true. So, yeah. Where is it? Phoenix Riser. So first of all, it does a common Mikote thing of covering the ears but having tiny ear pockets that I don't care for. Also, it looks like they wouldn't really fit in there very well at all. But more importantly, the body piece, which is also the arms and legs. Do you notice that something is missing? This deletes Mikote and presumably Aura tails, and that's criminal. I hate it. And I've also already seen multiple inappropriate jokes regarding this, so I hate it even more. Never go to Reddit is the lesson that I need to really learn like 5 more times before it sinks in. So, yeah. So what have we learned? Don't remove tails, don't go to Reddit. And also don't make every member of a fantasy race have the same characteristics. And also go to the journal and make it so that I don't have to see this on the side of the screen to remind me that I didn't complete it. All that said, the reason I played Dragon Quest music before the stream was because the next main scenario quest is called Alize's Quest, and I had no better ideas. I think Adventure is maybe one of my favorite Dragon Quest songs, also. The way they used it in Dragon Quest Builders 1 was very impactful to me for some reason. Sorry for starting off with multiple complaints, but we're here. Last time, in 5.3, a lot of things happened, and that's why Grahatia is here, who we've already talked to, I believe. We've unwritten history. That's probably why this patch is called Futures Rewritten. Oh, what was I doing when you first started watching? I think I talked to everybody. Yeah. I see. Alize's Quest. Oh, greetings, Sucro. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them and have satisfied myself that they're all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Half expect to go in there and Alize's just running in place.
Well, my
or
friends,
something.
Now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Right away, voice acting.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
Mm-hmm.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
Is it just me, or is there something slightly different about like the voice acting or voice acting direction already as well? I mean, like, we saw a major shift in, like, cutscene animation stuff in 5.3 that was great. But just in these few lines of dialogue, I felt like the characters have voice acted in some ways that they didn't usually do before. Like something about Urianger saying a prudent endeavor by going, a prudent endeavor, is like a detail of voice acting that he hasn't done before. Does that make any sense? I don't know. It's like there's a little bit more detail in it. Oh, is this around when they started doing voice work? It seemed like they might be emoting a bit better, but I've only heard a few lines and I'm jumping to conclusions a little bit too. It would make sense if this is when they started doing remote voice work, and I wonder how that impacts things. That's very true. Did I say hello and welcome to everybody already, by the way? I don't know. Anyway.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
Yeah, it seems like the direction is a little bit different. In a way that's not bad, to be clear.
Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Tankard always forgetting that he needs ammo for his gun.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Tankard just installed the infinite ammo mod. Oh, you're here.
Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back to the story lease, I guess.
Lease?
Unexpected, actually. So yeah, I know nothing about what's going to happen, by the way.
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
This is still Crystarium leitmotif, though.
The famous Lys Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Indeed. Hello and welcome. Oh,
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
oh, right. I guess Krile doesn't know that? Or maybe she's like an honorary Archon or something? Graha is just gonna be like a big fan of everybody, constantly, isn't he?
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Gasp. Oh, he's so nervous and anxiety about this.
I did glance at the report, but I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Well, we went to another world, and basically what that meant is that I had to punch a lot of stuff, and I think you understand that. Just like punching with a sword. To put it in a way that you would to know what that means. There was a lot going on. I guess Alphino is going to attempt to explain it. I agree. If the graphical update makes Sucro's ears move more, it will be the greatest graphical update in video game history.
That's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Okay, yeah, Lisa's making it even more apparent that the voice acting direction is very different now. Or maybe not very different, but noticeably different. in an
Shorn
interesting
of their
way.
unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
Ariange sounds a bit tired to me.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
You know, I'm still thinking about this, I guess. You know what I think this voice acting direction is? I think it's more animated. Like, not unlike how the animation is more animated. I feel like this is the voice acting direction that matches the animatedness of the cutscene direction of that 5.3 ending. The current cutscene is a lot of standing around and talking and in-engine emotes and whatnot. So maybe it's more noticeable because it's a little bit less fitting for this. But it's not bad at all.
To bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength.
Basically, it feels like this is the direction that matches the animation that they are now capable of, but not currently doing. Which is interesting.
Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
Okay, basically we need to punch Zodiac, right? Think about everything in terms of punching, to make it easy to understand.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne.
Never heard of this person. Whomst.
The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Well. It's quite a civil war.
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
I did know from, like, Endwalker previews that Garlemald was thoroughly destroyed by 6.0, or at least thoroughly not in a good shape. The shape that it is now in being many smaller shapes everywhere in the form of rubble, but you know.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
Nod.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the tempered.
You know, that makes a lot of sense.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
Nod.
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
I like stuffy meetings. Or what meeting? Lead on. The question here is, does Sucro know the name of the quest that she's currently on? If so, she would know that she's not going to the meeting. But she might actually like meetings. I don't know. It is funny to say this. Actually, I don't think she would, because she would be very restless during them, probably. What meeting? Lead on.
I knew you'd say yes.
She likes books, but she probably doesn't like stuffy meetings, which are vaguely adjacent to books, but also not at all adjacent to books. It's probably
I'll come too, if you don't mind, that is.
It's probably a joke, like, not... It's probably a sarcastic answer. Gasp. Gasp. Graha wants to...
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Gasp.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
After not being the Crystal Exarch anymore, Graha's nerd quotient has multiplied by like 300%. Shrugging and laughing.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Nod. We are truly in the part of the game that is going to make me go, oh, this is why everyone likes Graha so much. Probably. I mean... yeah. Don't worry, I can say with complete confidence that Graha is dressed for anything. When Y'shtola is about, one cannot afford even the slightest slip. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is also very true, including Sucro. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind, and having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alize, and it warrants full investigation. Nod. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness. Not when a child's life is at stake. Oh. It is connected then. In Shadowbringers, when Halric shows up in this story, I thought of Gabu, like, immediately. I think that's the intent, and now we're finally getting back to Gabu. As I'm sure Beklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. Well, Alize, it's a spell that you can cast on a party member to increase their attack power. And there's a slightly stronger version that has the downside of only being able to, like, work on the caster. But there's also this item called Giant's Gloves that you can use to cast that spell on yourself wait, no, that's a different Final Fantasy. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Alligans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility. Nod. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Az's Law, which means we'll be needing an airship. Heh heh heh. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Questioning head tilt ×3. Those wacky Alligans do love to disregard morality. It's true. While Thancred and Urianger are off to Old Garlemald, I'll keep the information flowing freely between us and the Alliance. After all, close coordination is the key to winning this war. Thanks, Riol. If you're looking for Isildur and Alian, they're off to Doma to visit Home. In this entire time with us, I don't think I've ever seen Isildur so alive as when he set out. Nope. Wait, who are you? What? I don't remember that NPC being there. But that NPC just said something about the Stone Vigil, which is definitely not currently relevant. Hey look, it's the surprise. It's an airship. And some Garland Ironworks person we don't know. If your name is Vix, I'm going to lose my mind immediately. Oh, you're also dressed as a Garland Ironworks. I guess it is pink. Tataru, did you learn how to build an airship as well as break the level cap for Culinarian? I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from my friends at the Rising Stone. You did build an airship. And named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. Salute. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Az's Law. But wait, those aren't... Where do those fit? The mana cutter is not small enough to have multiple of those in that boat. But enough talk, it's time to fly, all aboard! I mean, I guess they could be foldable. I don't get the name of the pilot, I guess. Look. This airship, I'd believe, maybe. This thing is very small. Where the heck is the mana cutter? There it is. I mean... like, maybe if the entire hull was hollow? They have to be foldable in some impossible to explain way. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. Be it on an airship, an Amaro, or a chocobo, there's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face as the horizon unfolds before you. I don't know how to do, like, a voice for Graha yet. Like, I'm not doing, like, full, exaggerated voice acting, like, with maximum voice acting or anything. I'm also not a professional voice actor, but I still don't really know how to read Graha, like, voice-wise. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tataru's outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azizla, and Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. So this is where you had your reckoning with Thornton. I wish I'd been with you. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... Yes, I believe I have my bearings. That this is my first time to Azizla, I do have some familiarity with the place, thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an Aetheryte. It's right over there, Graha. Beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. Watch out. Watch out, everyone. Since the last time we've been here, they might... all of the Allegan tech might have upgraded to, like... Windows 11 or whatever. It's been a little while. I know there was a joke about it updating to Windows 10. I think. You do not know how to operate the terminal. Nuh-uh. I totally know how to operate the terminal. You hit it with the sword, right? Time for our authority on Allegan artifacts to show what he can do. And here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. It's kind of funny how this makes Graha like the team computer expert. Team always needs one of those. There's going to be a scene at some point where Graha is like, time to hack the computer, and just like mashes randomly on the keyboard. I just said a whole bunch of random nonsense in the say chat without thinking to do the sound effect. I also didn't read what that was. What did he say? Ah, there we are. Wow. I hope nobody was here. Great job, me. Great. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. He can hack anything. Huh? Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No. Is there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid, but it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here that the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it's a distinct possibility. Hey, isn't Owen the guy from 3? Like one of the guys from 3? Isn't he the one in that one other... The dungeon with Medusa in it? I don't remember all of his details. I would say it's a distinct possibility, assuming he was a researcher. Oh, Tower of Owen. Well, you know, that makes sense. Also, the guy wasn't named Owen then, the tower was. Desh was the guy I was thinking. I think Desh is mentioned in here too. Owen was him. Oh dear. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at Habisphere Control. Well, I mean, Owen probably was him, but the reference you're making is to you and Owen was her, so it's difficult to decide which pronoun to use in this joke, I guess. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forgot, you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hemisphere. Sucro, I forgot you have a sweet motorcycle that you bought for $25 US. Sucro, what is the US? Sucro looks around awkwardly. Sucro has never been to the United States. As the Sucro facts state, Sucro won't tell me how she got the motorcycle. And by this I mean I don't know why she has a motorcycle in Sucro canon. I'm glad nobody was around in Azus Law to see me type, bracket ZDHR apostrophe OLPIDRTHO bracket DHR bracket HDRK bracket for my joke about my cool joke about hacking. This is the true danger of the while in the Say channel quest that I didn't adjust afterwards that happened like last time. Or like the time before that, or something. I think it's neat how they're making us go back to Azus Law. It's always kind of cool when there's like these old areas that actually continue to have a oh. Never went here, I guess. I did a... Wow, they invented cubes. Welcome to Hemisphere Control. How may I assist you? The mana cutters appear to be ironworks made, but I dare say Tataru will craft her own soon enough. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this note will be able to tell us its number. Is it 420? Is it a funny number? Or is it a random, like, relevant number? Or is it... There, from what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Graha just hacked the cube. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. We should send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism. Were we to send a surge of energy, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they're known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? Nod. Ah, I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning-aspected ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much Allagan knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the Beta Quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think that we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with the shard wins. What do you say? Nod. Very well. It would be my honor to come third. Oh yeah, time to lose, says Graha excitedly and completely genuinely. I think Sucro is probably a little bit jealous of how Graha's read every book. Wait, there's a real-life Enertron? That sounds like bad news. That sounds like corporate dystopia type of stuff going on. Wait, where am I going? I'm going over here. Wah! Right, I have to like go in, yeah. That's still a lot of reading though. Wow, I don't have to... I was gonna say, wow, I don't have to go back. Oh. Is this Van Daniel immediately? Who else would say, bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer, as like the first thing they said to me as a disembodied voice? I don't remember Van Daniel's voice very well. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer! Why, this spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. What, no dramatic entrance? You've changed. Wait, am I supposed to know who this is? Or is that would that have been Alize? Who are you? Show yourself at once. I mean, I don't really remember Asahi's voice either. Oh, it's just Graha being... Forgive me, my friend. The scene so reminded me of our first meeting, I couldn't resist. It's just Graha being silly. I remember that he jumped off of a building. Like the roof of a building to land dramatically. But I don't remember the details other than that. Well, the contest continues, so you better hurry back. But one last thing. Oh, I see. I should have noticed it. I should have known it was him then. Thank you, Sucro, for bringing me here. Nod. It has been a while. Also, my memory's not very good. Sucro's memory is probably not the best either. Yeah, I feel like Sucro, if not the Warrior of Light in general, is not someone that you want to talk to with a disembodied voice. If you, like, don't want her to react defensively immediately. Not unlike how when my Dungeons and Dragons character was talked to by her weapon after mind voices were telling her to go destroy people in a way that made her think she was like somebody, I don't know. That's a complete over everyone's head but Aya's there. But yeah. My D&D character, Rodna, had her weapon like talk to her once after she spent a lot of time basically possessed without realizing it in a way that made her a murder person. So she was very upset about more voices in her brain, and she threw the weapon away instantly. So yeah, you know, normal things. A lot happened to that D&D character, but she's currently taking a nap, so it's okay. You have a shard? Then you win. I searched high and low, but couldn't find so much of a trace of stagnant ether. It appears Alize had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? A lightning shard that fairly dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Handle with care. Here you go. That was like the least careful way to hand something over. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Sucro, and not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission. Sucro just has adventure sense. She knows where the objective is. It might be because of the echo, but it might also be for no reason. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Nod. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. We should probably, like, follow behind as backup or something, maybe? Maybe not? Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. Nod. But Alize, you hate standing still. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. Controversial subject, to say the least. Yeah, I don't think that would go over too well in Charlian, what with all the people in power wanting it to be so isolated from the world. Seemingly, as far as we know currently. He asserted that Charlian's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently, by which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. Smile. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Sucro loves forbidden tomes, probably. I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time. I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. By the way, cool orb. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved, but enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Boop. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Shrug. Attuned to the orb. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Toga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice node the password. Nod. I thought it was going to give me a prompt to guess a password. Graha, try Where the Wild Rose Blooms. Right. Let's see. Try it. Glory be to Alleg. Good guess. Long live Emperor Zand. Those aren't passwords. Those are phrases. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it! Password correct. It's confound it. Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... God. The triple take? Why? Password! The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. Wow. What did that thing just call me? Yes! 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 Wild Rose! Also, courage is another good example. Courage was a password in Final Fantasy VI, in fact, and I think elsewhere? Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alice, please! Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it's them. And probably Tataru by now. Nod. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. I was not prepared for the response to password. Oh. What's this? I see. Thank you, Sucro. I don't remember if I posted this image anywhere, but I did this as a joke to someone. There's an image of this with like Zero, like Mega Man Zero saying this as like a computer assistant. And for some reason I decided it would be funny to replace that with Sucro. I don't think I maybe I didn't. You sense the presence of a powerful mark. Is it the meatballs? Those are some spicy meatballs, as they say. I think. You sense the presence of a powerful meatballs. Fine, I'll let Sid try his hand first, but if that doesn't work, we're doing it my way. I think I lost the Alizé voice because of laughing. Threat detected. Oh no. Sid negotiating with Orb. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Maybe I did post that image somewhere. Look at him all but running, how sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Do you think there's going to be a punchline where the password is like, password 123? Like we were that close? Or it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or whatever. I think there's a high probability of this being the case. Ah, now you're thinking. And also one of the letters is capitalized. And it has like a percentage sign. Or like a number sign. I take it you have news to share. So do I. I'm pleased to see your mission was a success, and in no small part due to the bonanza. Kryle's back too. I wonder what was decided at the council. Large, low-born presence detected. Shut up, Orb. Wonderful news, Sucro. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he's on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should very much like to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kryle? Well, it seems like it's bad news, judging by the music. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they've received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Oh. Well, that's what Fandaniel's doing. With all that money that he was throwing around. While doing cartwheels. I don't know why, but I'm always going to think of Fandaniel's movements as doing cartwheels everywhere. Gasp. Brutus, aren't they the ones who took in Yatsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Nod. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they've decided to turn their attention to the Primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the Beast Tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Oh good, progress, finally. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Maybe. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Laminsons in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. Nod. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. Nod. Oh right, Dawn's Respite is that room over there. that we're allowed to go in now. I forgot that it's not the solar. We've made the respite cozier than ever. You're going to love it. I understand that you took a little trip to Aziz La. Raha made himself useful, I trust. He hacked a computer. Kind of. He used a computer. Oh, yeah, it's completely different. They removed all the beds since they're no longer... Oh, no, they're just over here. They just added a table and carpet. I guess there wasn't a room or anything over here. They put a table and carpets and chairs. Coziness up. Warning, His Highness is exhibiting elevated blood pressure. Sid, at long last. As important as Gabu is to me, I know only too well how much more is at stake here. A cure could change the whole world. It's the crew. Sid! Cheering. Watch out, Wedge is going to name the archive node something. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? We found an orb. Sucro just yelling from the back, Orb! Orb. Well, a treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you need to find the password to this Allagan's report. Nod. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, unless we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you. So I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. Okay, we are hacking. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an Allagan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. If the password isn't like password 12345, I'm gonna be sad. I like the ding, your password is ready. What is this Allagan microwave doing, solving a password? Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Oh. Well, Alize was on the right track. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption. An overview. Password, freedom. I'm just thinking of YouTube poop music. They've conquered planet freedom, as Eggman once said. Password accepted. Bloop, opening report. Hello, Owen. This report seeks to provide an overview on the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. Freedom Planet and Planet Freedom are two very different things. Well, not really, because they're both related to Sonic the Hedgehog, kinda. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Clap. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes. Wait. We saw that guy? I don't remember that. Their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. Hey there, Sephiroth. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause a subject's ether to become aligned with the element of Earth. Wow, that's convenient for exactly what we're dealing with. Which is Titan. Well, I mean, we're dealing with more than just Titan, but still. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with Earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Wow, I don't remember that at all. Also, I don't know how Owen is connected to Biggs and Wedge, or who Lars is. Yep, that's pretty different, I would say. Oh, right, Uncle Owen, right, yes. Got it. You could probably say any name that exists or doesn't exist, and it would be a Star Wars character. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. Wait, isn't Astral the one that's stagnant? Or were the Alligans backwards? Or am I backwards? Or are we backwards? I forget already. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon. Oh, right, okay. Umbral is stagnant and light is umbral. Got it. Sorry. I don't need to apologize for that, probably. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption and in implementing a very cool transition into my PowerPoint presentation, my colleagues and I set to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. So shielding is a step towards reversing, perhaps. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. Hey, wait, you have my hairstyle. Give that back. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Aemon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title and will shortly be expelled from this facility. That is true. Though his is way more blue. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. Yeah. You ever have your research proposal denied by a skeleton in, like, wearing 50,000 different colors at the same time? I think that's a pretty unique experience. Maybe not for the Alligans, though. So all we learned from this is that you hoped you could cure it, but they didn't want you to cure it. So that wasn't actually that helpful? So not even the Alligans were able to find a cure? Or rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. I don't know, probably that, like, Zand was a primal or something. Just throwing stuff out there. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. Oh, right. What is a primal if not a clone of another entity that... etc.? There are primals that are not based on other entities, probably, though, like Zodiark and Eidolon. I guess Eidolon is based on Zodiark in a roundabout way, in the sense of we need to beat up Zodiark. I don't know, I'm just saying words. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If only we could make them remember who they were, or... So there's no point in reviving their souls unless we can also restore their sense of self? Second one. Sounds more scholarly. But of course, memory transference! The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation, that is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism. I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait, a password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief! Tataru cheering. Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh? Suffice it to say, I shall be of whatever help I can. All those Magitech terminals won't come cheap. Shut up, Tataru. Some things you shouldn't put a price on. We're getting there, Sucro, one step at a time. As with our first foray into the Labyrinth of Ancients, we seek to venture into the unknown. And in order to succeed, we require not only knowledge and preparation, but daring besides. Just like old times. Right, while Graha, Tia, and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Sucro and Alice with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Sky Steel Manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. The archive note says nothing. We shall see to it that the terminals are ready by the time you return. Weren't we, like, recently reading something worrying about ceruleum in this game? If Alize's bound for the ceruleum processing plant, you'll want to take yourself to the Sky Steel Manufactory. Off you go now. What? Apparently there is there are, quote, a number of compromised Twitch partner accounts going into communities chats and sharing a link to a phishing scam. Do not click the link. So, I think those will probably be fairly obvious, but still. Something to keep in mind. Apparently they say something about, did you see the game Twitch announced today? Hey, this is not the correct location. I doubt that any of those people would show up in my chat in particular, unless they just choose it complete random. But it's still worth keeping in mind. Good, correct, thank you. It would likely be a first-time chat with a suspicious method, so... or suspicious message. You stand in the Sky Steel Manufactory. What is it you require? Petroleum! I mean ceruleum! So you are after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing.
To the stars. Even the leader. A smile suits a hero.
No!
I follow my dream.
Destroy!
Calico, no. You can't just say the line that I put in the list of lines that you could say. Hey, why didn't that? Oh, right, because the destroyed has to... The destroyed has like a pause after it. So that's normal. Thank you for petting Calico. Please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you.
Ishgard detected. Deploying the line.
Pretty much. Oh, I never unlocked the leaves of Ishgard. Oh no. I wonder if they will completely rework any classes, like, significantly in either 5.5 or no, 6.5 or 7.0. They said they were going to rework Dragoon, I think, because they literally couldn't give it any more level up abilities if they kept it the way it is. But I'm wondering if Scholar or Astrologian are gonna... I think they said Astrologian would get reworked again. I just thought about that because I had to teleport near the Astrologian zone. That's all. Ceruleum, you've come to the right man. Fair warning though, the price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. I have a note. I think the Dragoon rework... I have more faith in their ability to rework a job than most of the people who have loud opinions about reworks, which is to say, I'm not someone who thinks that they will mess it up. That's true. Like, literally the reason for reworking Dragoon is because there's not any room for Dragoon to grow. I don't know if they've ever nerfed a class into the, or a job into the ground. Like, sometimes things have been less or more viable, but I don't think they've made something completely broken in an unusable way or a overpowered way for a while. I might be wrong. Personally, I probably have a minority opinion of I hope that the Summoner rework is indicative of some future directions that they're going in. Because, like, I'm sure there are a lot of people who like new Summoner, but there's also a lot of people who complain about it. Or at least all of the loud people complain about it. Oh, Red Mage is real bad right now? That's right, I do kind of remember hearing about that. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It's as good as gold to me. Like, I think the Paladin rework recently was very good, but I also didn't have old Paladin, like, at a high enough level. Oh, hey, look. I just happened to be here. When you also happen to be here.
After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Oh yeah, and the Vundu leader. I wasn't sure which Vundu that was, because I forgot. But yeah, I actually think new Summoner is good. I like less buttons. There are a lot of people who are like, the job is boring, I fall asleep during my rotation, I want to press 50,000 buttons, or whatever. I really like less buttons. Paladin is honestly like a pretty perfect amount of buttons for me, but I still forget buttons that it has constantly. I wonder if they're ever going to make Passage of Arms like an AoE around you instead of a cone. 2 minutes of non-stop double weaves is Machinist, I think. And also I think Machinist isn't in a very good spot right now either. Like, Paladin, a lot of the buttons are like utility buttons. Their core rotation isn't too much, I don't think. But that could just be me also. Every job is gonna feel different to every person and all that. Anyway, hi Emmerich.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem.
Flamethrower is such a weird skill for Machinists too. I think the class that I want them to, one of the classes I want, or jobs that I want them to adjust the most is Astrologian, because the cards are a nightmare to use on a controller. Like an absolute god-awful, terrible nightmare, at least for me. I think there are some people who are like, I love Astrologian on a controller. because there's always someone who likes something. Not to say that those people are like objectively wrong or strange or bad or anything, but like I can't push that many buttons that quickly. Also, it's funny that you say regarding flamethrower, let me take my hands off the keyboard and sit back for a minute, because last time I played Machinist, the optimal use of flamethrower was in an AoE combo. You use flamethrower for like a very specific amount of time and then go back to your rotation immediately. You have to like count to 3 or something. So you don't let the full bar go with flamethrower. So flamethrower is extremely unintuitive, or was back in Shadowbringers. I don't know if they've done anything to change it. So yeah, flamethrower is possibly one of the least intuitive skills in the game in terms of using it optimally. Or at least it was. I don't know. Oh, nope. Oops.
To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
Wave. Hello. Nod.
Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
He's so elusive with his jumping.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
I can't demonstrate the flamethrower thing because Sucro's machinist level is really low. But I don't know if that's still the case, but I do distinctly remember that about flamethrowers, that it's weird.
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Ceruleum. We're attempting to cure tempering and we need fuel.
A cure for tempering? You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed.
Emmerich's voice actor has never sounded this excited or enthusiastic.
Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
I don't know if we need all of it. It seems like we need a specific amount, but okay.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
I mean, that's true. We haven't heard Emmerich voice acted in very much in a while. Like, was the last time we heard Emmerich in the meeting with Emperor Varus? Is that right? Like, before Shadowbringers? Nod. I'm surprised I remember that. Good job, me. I guess. Oh yeah. I forgot the order of scenes. Like the last I thought of the meeting because that was like a major one. I guess I thought that was probably later in 4.x than it was. Hey, look, it's Sucro. Wow. Hey, that's a lot of technology. Look, I know that's ceruleum, but it looks awfully crystal-shaped, so nobody really wants something while in this room, okay? Nobody summon a primal from the ceruleum, somehow. Ursid. Is that anything like Alcid?
Oh, who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
Hey, look, animation is happening again in this scene.
Serves me
a little
right for
bit.
being stubborn, I suppose.
Just a little bit.
Done what you did and accepted help.
I can only think of the phrase "I want a donut" in the voice of James Pokemon. Like, I want a donut! Or however he said it. Nod. Hey, what's up?
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it.
Sid, did your voice actor change again? That's completely different Sid, I think. Am I... It's been a while since I've heard Sid too, probably, to be fair, but... Sid?
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
That's his normal voice actor? He sounds so different, though.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Oh. Oh no. It's him.
It's been a while, hero.
No.
You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
The Rat Man has come.
Also, that's it. What?
What the hell?
I guess that's fair. It's probably been a while since Sid did the voice acting, and his voice can change. That happens. Voices do that. Nero's sounds the same though, from what I remember.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied
Since the last time he spoke,
it
anyway.
seemed plain that you would require my
Okay, maybe a little
expertise.
different. It's probably the direction too.
And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
Sigh.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time.
Oh, is Nero involved in that?
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Okay, Nero also sounds a little different from what I remember, I guess.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
That's fair.
Whatever you say, Garland.
I mean, I guess, wait. Was I putting effort into voice acting during Omega? I've already forgotten. That wasn't that long ago, really. I think Nero had a voice line at some point.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
Oh no. Evil is so C mentioned. Nod.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Faintest bit of dialogue? What do you mean?
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
I think it would be funny if there were any piece of media where when someone was instructed to put their feet up, they just rotated upside down. Possibly without any explanation. Looks like we're sleeping.
Damn it. It's overloading.
But we have so much ceruleum. Did we not get enough ice crystals?
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you.
Use ice spell. Ding.
There.
What do you mean there? Like a new screen just pops up? And it was correct? Did you see it long enough to memorize everything that it had written on it? Look, Tatari was panicking and everything.
I was able to memorize the magic before it faded.
Okay.
It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Graha, you saw it for like 2 seconds. Thumbs up. Celebrations. Graha Tia has played Brain Age every single day for 1,000 years. Train my brain in minutes a day? Why, if I do that for 1,000 years...
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Actually, come to think of it, the crates of crystals probably are literally ice crystals over there. Because I forgot for a second that we needed ice crystals as well as ceruleum. So those are literally crates of crystals. So we could have accidentally summoned like a primal of curing, tempering, which would be very interesting.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at.
I'm trying to think of Final Fantasy summons that cast cure spells, and I think like Sylph was a cure summon, or like a regen summon or something in some games, or at least like a lifesteal. Unicorn, Carbuncle in some games. Imagine if someone just summoned like a primal version of Carbuncle and it was exactly the same Carbuncle model, but like very large.
This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Okay, but what's the discovery, though? We don't know anything about it.
Thank you.
I meant more of like one that when they were summoned caused a healing effect, more than ones that taught you healing spells. Good King Carble Carb.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
I spent a very large amount of time not knowing that you could summon the summons in 6. Like, I thought the Espers were just for teaching you spells. I didn't know you could summon them for a very large amount of years. Does that sound like a food? I mean, carb is in it, and like kings are associated with burgers on occasion. It just sounds more like a carbuncle to me. Seraph, Kieran. Not carbuncle, oh no. Oh, kind of like some sort of cobbler, maybe? Like, carbler? I don't know. Cobblers are not the same as pies, I think. Anyway. In the end, we didn't have to pay for the terminals, which is great for us, but I can't help but feel for my counterpart in the ironworks. So we finally have it, the cure for tempering. All that remains is to put it to use. I shall be praying for your success on the front lines. Alas, the ironworks crew couldn't linger long, far too much to do. Yet brief though our time together was, it was bloody good to see them. I strongly disagree with the interpretation of scholars as quote-unquote eating their fairy or carbuncle, even though that's a recurring joke among the community. I hate it. I also strongly dislike most jokes related to eating and most, like, other things related to eating. So, yeah. Anyway. It looks like this crew over there is doing something, but I'm not going to talk to them. If you seek Riel, he's left to visit each of the allied armies. Link Pro conversations are well and good, he said, but there's no substituting face-to-face meetings for strengthening cooperation. We need to steal the Allegan technology for Zoom calls. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quietly confident. Well, if we were to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. As long as you exercise due caution, or it'll be fine, I'm sure of it. As long as you're careful. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it'll be fine. Without further ado, then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. We'll all be praying for your success. I doubt I could contribute much toward what comes next, so I shall cheer you on from afar. Best of luck with the treatment. Like, before, with this crew over here, I would talk to them a little bit. And maybe just not read it out loud, but I've decided, let's just ignore them for the rest of time. Like, I don't think Hori Boulder and Coltonay deserve this, but they are in the same room as those people. And so their conversations are likely to be connected. Bit of a shame, really. Yeah. Tis plain Alize is very fond of Gabu. To the extent that I have a hand in it, I shall do all in my power to bring him back. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu to us at once. It's going to be a little bit funny if the extent of this spell is just the extend a hand to attune to the Aetheryte animation directed at Gabu.
Apologies for the wait.
The density of voice acting is increasing as well. by the way.
Gabu, have you been good? ...
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Smile. Oh, hey. You two are here too.
Fancy meeting you here.
Well, we did hear that you were...
Y'shtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We did hear that they were here, so...
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
God dang it, pirates.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Well, we're about to find out, I guess.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
I've never thought of computer. Incredible.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic.
So we do both at once?
Both need to be performed simultaneously.
Okay, I know that's a valid pronunciation of the word simultaneously. Simultaneously. But when you say simultaneous, I can only think of an ancient internet video that is a very silly animation of narration from a Warhammer video game where a commander of some sort is instructing a simultaneous deep strike. And it spells out simultaneous phonetically on the screen in the animation when this occurs. This is a very specific video that I don't know if anyone else watching has seen. Anyway.
Nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
Wait, can we just summon Angelo for free here? Is that workable? I guess that must work. Cool summoning animation.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Ellie's, I mean...
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether.
That's fair, that, like, she can just summon the minion. But it's also interesting because Porxies don't exist in the source, so, like, this will be an unusual sight for some, I would assume.
And as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Also, this random, like, Limsa Maelstrom soldier is probably just sitting here, like, with a billion question marks scrolling past in her mind, like, at the speed of quickly. Like, what's going on here?
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
You know, that's a good point. Carbuncles don't really exist outside of summons, as far as we are aware. Yeah, that's also true. Those two Imperial Throne Guards. I love guard in the background who has no idea what's going on being a constant feature.
Let us begin.
Or a frequent feature. Okay, we are doing the attuning animation, but not in the way I anticipated. The other Maelstrom guards in the background are also probably confused.
And now, it's my turn.
Okay. You have spellcasting rings. Dramatic zoom in on the pig.
'Tis done.
It's funny that you mentioned teleporting to Graha whenever you want, because the method that exists within the game of teleporting to another player on a cooldown is the ring that you get when you marry them. And I'm sure there are plenty of people who would like to marry Grahatia, which would, in universe, give you a ring of teleport to Graha, for whatever that's worth.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one.
Nod.
I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience.
It definitely does not cost 1,000 bucks to get married in this game. I don't remember the precise cost, but there's like 3 tiers of it. And the cheapest one is not that expensive. In fact, I'm curious. FF14 marriage costs. Wow, they have an entire special website for the ceremony of eternal bonding. Oh, right. The cheapest version is free. It can be free to marry. You just don't get a lot of options for the wedding if you get a free version. I wonder if you can skip the cutscenes in the wedding ceremony. That would be so incorrect if you could, in my mind. But yeah, there's 3 plans for it. Free, $20, 10 per person, or $40, 20 per person. Nod.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
You do also have to schedule the weddings in advance. So you'd have to schedule a speed run if a wedding was involved. Nod.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
The funny thing about this idea of the rom-com premise is that it's not that far off from why I had a Final Fantasy XIV wedding. Because with one of my current partners, I was like, hey, we should get married in Final Fantasy XIV so that we unlock the Embrace emote and get level 2 hug. And then by the time that it was happening, I was like, wait, I'm actually falling in love with this person. And they were like, I feel the same way, actually. So yeah, that happened. That's not that far off from the premise of this rom-com that you've mentioned. Sucro, however, being a different character, is not married and thus cannot teleport to anybody. Alize will succeed, I'm certain of it. We need but have faith. Well, this seems like as good a spot as any to have a rest. Sucro will probably not get married to anybody. Probably. But she will teleport a lot more times in the course of this adventure.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago.
We just had to go to another world to get inspired to find the solution. It's simple.
I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Why do I feel like this is like foreshadowing Endwalker? Given that I know that we go to Old Sharlayan and that there's some issues with the Sharlayan status quo at the moment. This feels like Alphino is going to do a politics, like, again, but like, well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work, or don't tell me, tell her. What would Sucro say? Didn't Alize tell me not to tell Alphino that? I forget. It was like 2 seconds ago. Don't tell me, tell her.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
You might be right, though, I guess. Oh. Seems like she needs a nap.
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Let's focus on the first question first.
Oh, I'm so glad
Whoa.
to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gabu voice acting, real!
Gabu!
Gabu has never had a voice before, I think. It did work. Nod. This is really good.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Oh.
Your hopes reached Gabu. They helped him to hold on.
Yeah, this is like... Aw.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
This is like ridiculously impressive.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Nod.
Yes, we can. All of them.
It'll take a while, but still.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use.
That's fair.
As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
We can save a heck of a lot of people, though.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
But yeah, we've got to try. Nod.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Oh, is this how we're leading into... I know what the dungeon of this patch is called, and I know that it has a good song. I was wondering how we were going to lead into that from here.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn.
Grudgingly?
She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
Nod. Nod.
I have to go now, Gaboo, but the people here will look after you,
Yeah.
all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Nod. Man, I feel like in terms of writing, in terms of like this game, which is written by multiple people, I feel like Gaboo would have been a plot point that would have been so easy to forget about or just cut, like discard, not return to. But no, they absolutely did not forget about Gaboo. And it's good. I believe the grumpy, all the new Mo are non-binary, so not necessarily a lady, but might be Matoya's echo is still something I'm thinking. We did it! We brought Gaboo back! And if I have any say in the matter, he'll be the first of many. Alize will be exhausted from her efforts, but you wouldn't think so to look at her now. She's ready to press on, and so am I. Oh god, what's Matoya and Graha interacting going to be like? It's alright. There's a lot of details to remember about this game. You may recall that in order to procure the ingredients for Angelo, we had no choice but to surrender ourselves to the whims of the pixies. But I should have done so with far better grace had I known what we would go on to achieve. Yep. The trace of a wry smile, like master, like pupil. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning to from the first, but this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. I forgot to set myself to busy also. That might be relevant. I was reminded of this by seeing an advertisement in the area's chat. So I think the amount of like free company invites randomly given to me has decreased for whatever reason. I feel like by this point, Matoya would probably have set up some kind of security system to at least alert her that we're coming to bother her again. I guess that would be a reason for random free company invites to occur less. Master Matoya is something of a legend among Archons. I very much look forward to meeting her, if not the dressing down I'm liable to receive for my inept attempts at summoning you. Oh yeah, that's a good point. She does know about that. Do you remember, when we last came here, it was to find out where the others had collapsed. If someone had told me that they'd been whisked away to another world, I probably would have laughed in their face. You live and learn, eh? You hang on the edge of tomorrow. I don't know any of the other lyrics. It's been some time since Master Matoya last saw Y'shtola. What a lot they will have to talk about. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well. Hello, it's us again.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
Is she going to say, well, you certainly didn't?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master.
More or less, yes.
Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude.
Oh, I guess it is.
I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Alphino?
Alpha nod no.
Alphino... Oh no. Uh-oh.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
First time Y'shtola has ever sounded nervous in voice acting. Honestly, given that Alphino sounded like he was laughing to himself through that entire line read, I think that is his plan here.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Or maybe Alphino didn't realize what he did. It's also possible.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits.
Do Graha's exploits count as recent with all the time shenanigans?
Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
Nod. Check out my cool summoning spell. Behold. Okay, she's also explaining.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxies with the power to stir the soul.
Is that all?
Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures.
Luckily, I have a dungeon. Another one.
If I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were.
Suko's shaking her head for some reason.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Matoya having an increasing number of dungeons in, like, basements, back rooms, storage rooms, etc. I mean, there's only 2, but it would be very funny if there were even more in the future. Porxie that produces porxies. What an inspired idea. By the way, Sucro, do you think I misspoke earlier? I assure you it was not my intention to embarrass anyone. Doubt. Well, where does she mean, do you think? Some manner of hidden workshop, perhaps? So, like, the last one was just in this door over here. Does the door also lead to this one? Moldy old hole. She must really miss the place. I didn't think about that, but I guess so. In case you've ever wondered, Alphino got his innocent streak from our mother, and it can be rather endearing, even useful in certain situations. But most of the time, it just makes me want to shake him. Poor Stulla. Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Literally cleaning out. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my porogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You'll need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful, after all. Off you go. Okay, so it's not directly connected to her cave. But, like... yeah. I think it would be very funny if it was also directly connected to the cave. Also, go into the basement and kill 10 rats is a classic. So I knew of the name of this dungeon. I've seen like a very small amount of it by nature of looking up the music to it once. But I don't know like any of the details except for that the music is good. The music is very like Sorcerer's Apprentice, as I recall. Like extremely so, like very much. Also, hey, first dungeon with Graha, I think. Like, Graha not as the Exarch. And yeah, it's like a Sorcerer's Apprentice style rendition of Matoya's theme. Honestly, bring Ishtola. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a good... Actually, I don't think I have a choice to not bring Ishtola. Because I need 2 DPS, right? I'm the tank. And there's only 2 DPS, unless Alphino can do both for some reason. Oh yeah, Graha could be DPS. That's true. I was just automatically thinking of I will make Graha the healer because Alphino is not a good healer or something. Judging by the unruly state of the flora without, I think it's safe to assume there will be no shortage of unruly fauna within. Add that to the undisturbed secrets of the workshop and we have the makings of an adventure. The workshop was an unforgiving place even before the Exodus, and I doubt the years of neglect have improved it. The grass could certainly do with a trim. As I may have mentioned, Alize and I were still very young when we departed with the Exodus. I envy Ishtola for remembering the city as it once was. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good mistress's relict. Poro Rogo is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years. And will, I regret, be in some disarray. Okay, so relict. Got it. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it that you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word, and I will show you in. Matoya's Relicts is now accessible. So, Sucro, shall I lead the van, or would you rather I followed up the rear? Whatever you prefer, I'm happy to adapt. So come, let us go and make our mother Porksy. I was still a child when I last came here, and now I'm rather more capable. Not that Master Matoya seems to have noticed. Mayhap she will when I've cleaned up the mess she's left. She left. I'm no stranger to porksy making, as you know, and that must count for something. Though it has been a while since I last joined the fray, I've followed Alize's example.
The definition of relict is a thing that survived from an earlier period of time.
Ah, thank you. And practiced whenever possible. My healing magics are not optimal as always. Not that we need optimal. It's perfectly fine to use Alphino in dungeons. Unless you're trying to, like, double pull, I guess, apparently. But I'm not going to because NPC runs of dungeons are for taking it slowly and appreciating the dungeon, I think. Not to say that you can't appreciate it when you're going fast or whatever. I simply mean to say that I will go slowly.
I stand ever ready.
But yeah, this is probably going to be the party here. I was just automatically thinking of Graha as healer. Partly because I saw 2 DPS characters. Actually, I don't think there would be any way to... Wait. No, there would be a way to configure this without Y'shtola if you made Graha one of the DPS and used Alphino as the healer. So. On that note, I will be right back, actually. I need to have an updated today's game image with correct hairstyle at some point. So, I am here again. Regarding the idea that I might want to make an Endwalker image, personally, I still consider Point X patches to be part of the expansion that they are following. You can think of this as maybe like the Shadowbringers post-game, if you'd like. But I still consider this to be like part of the Shadowbringers era, or whatever. So basically, I will consider it to be Endwalker when we hit 6.0, basically. That's just my personal way of viewing the game's structure. And yeah, I think I got the idea of calling it post-game from you, but I just thought of it as part of Shadowbringers still. Since there are like distinct titles for each of the Point X patches, but like I feel like in terms of organizing a video series as well, like for like the YouTube uploads and the stream labeling, I feel like this is still part of Shadowbringers. And it also would be, if I were to like split things into each individual patch or something, it would be like a million more playlists and so on too. Well, just individual videos. I don't know. I mean, like, I know the Shadowbringers story, like the main plot points that are at the core of Shadowbringers are finished, and we are definitely leading up to Endwalker in the main story. I am still considering this to be part of Shadowbringers for like organizational purposes, I suppose. If I had realized that the Unending Journey splits all of this stuff up, then I could have maybe organized it in that fashion instead. But I hadn't thought of that. And like, also, I think like at this point, like if we consider what's going on in like the current state of the game as an example, I believe that Dawn Trail was announced after 6.4 was released. So like in this, when this part of the game was current, we might not even known the name of Endwalker, which in its own way also makes this feel like part of Shadowbringers. Does that make sense? I'm making a lot of hand gestures to try and emphasize and communicate my point, but you can see none of them. Just imagine it. Anyway. I forgot about that instrument. Theremin, I guess? I guess that would be a theremin. Extremely Sorcerer's Apprentice, though.
Right.
Oh, you're here too.
To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients.
I forgot. I've seen like this cutscene probably.
Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Solve my funny riddle, Sucro. One frog tells half-truths. One frog lies by omission. One frog lies on the ground and says nothing. I never thought I would see this place again. We will be counting on you for your local we will be counting on your local knowledge. First things first, we need to harvest some clay. The clay can be had at the Clay Clot Cauldron, Ribbit. Through this portal, if you would. I'm like bobbing back and forth to the music, but you also can't see that. What creatures have since taken up residence, I wonder? Please follow me, Ribbit, and put down any pests that bar the way. Whatever they are, we'll make short work of them. It's been a bit since I played the video game, but I think Paladin is in my memory enough at this point that I am okay at picking it back up again. Which reminds me of the conversation about job reworks earlier. So if there are any drastic remakes, I've never actually had the experience of a job that I have been playing as being suddenly, like, completely changed. Because I wasn't at that part of Paladin yet. Cave Mantis, Cave Tarantula Hawk. Very tvtropes.org/underground monkey in this place, huh? I kind of hate how much TV tropes has seeped into my brain and, like, language. Allow me to assist you with the gap, Ribbit. A lycanthrope. Now that's pretty good. I wish that I was not infected by TV tropes terminology as much as I am. TV tropes is often not great, I guess, in my opinion. Though they are also afraid of a lot of things that are vaguely funny. There's a lot of things on TV tropes that are silly unintentionally. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. TV tropes has often also been a little bit uncomfortable for me specifically because, I mean, like many things are. Let me see if I have... I don't think I saved a picture of this. I might need to... I guess that's fair. I mean, like, it's not inherently a bad thing. It's just... there are some questionable, weird, or gross things on... Hold on, I need to search my own Twitter for the phrase Wrinkly Kong. Ah, yes. There it is. An old tweet from 2014 where I quoted a TV Tropes Donkey Kong 64 Nightmare Fuel page, which said, quote, Wrinkly is heavily implied to have died between Donkey Kong Country 3 and Donkey Kong 64, end quote. And that is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen on tvtropes.com, .org, .net, .egg, .muffin, whatever it is. She is alive in one game and literally a ghost in the next game. I think she's probably died between the two games. I did not imagine the place would be so infested, Ribbit. Oh no, Sonny of Ziggy. Return of Ziggy. You know, actually that makes sense. Ziggy was also in the anti-tower, so of course. Of course Ziggy is referenced in this dungeon. Are you saying that, well, I mean, I was going to say, are you saying that you can just choose to become a ghost, like, temporarily, and, like, stop being a ghost later? But then I remembered that I chose to be a ghost. So, like, you know, guess I have no room to speak here. The clay is just across the way, but you'll need to deal with the Mudman first, Ribbit. It's the Mudman. Is that supposed to be a golem? Aye, this is what happens when you neglect to tidy up. I'd say worry about discussing boss strategy, like if I ask for something or don't understand something. Like, I mean, I suppose it's fine to make a vague statement like that in advance. But, yeah. Okay, so you leave mud on the ground. Which... seems like some of the NPCs are trying to... Okay, you want to be next to the one you're tethered to, I guess. Except that didn't work for me? Oh, do I pull it into you? Maybe? No, I get killed by it. The NPCs aren't saying anything. Oh wait, there's like holes. I guess it's like pool. Well, anyway. I didn't really understand what was happening from watching them do the mechanic, to be fair, I suppose. I figured it out eventually. Now there's funny demon over here. So that means there's not as many options, I presume. Yeah. Alize, you're going to get cleaved. Alize, no. I guess I can move. Alize, adjust. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Mudmen have blocked some of the drains. Final Fantasy 14 status messages out of context. .twitter.com. Yes, excellent work, everyone. Now we have our clay ribbit. Let us return to the interstice. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were having fun. Interstice? 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 I think it'd be interstice because there's also the word interstitial, which is similar. Next, we need to get the water flowing again. So what's next, water? That's right, water to work the clay. It will be my pleasure to show you to the Clear Note Cauldron, Ribbit. Please use this portal. Oh yeah, there was a lot of clay on the table. How often did I come here to fetch water for Master Matoya's tea? Hey, wasn't the Sorcerer's Apprentice involving fetching water at some point? Cave gelatin. For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me, Ribbit. Well, wow, this is the most slime of all slime that we've seen in this game. The most slime of all time. Nothing has ever gone wrong from ensorceling a broom. At least if you ask Matoya or Y'shtola about it, probably. Oh? Hey, isn't this an enemy model that we haven't seen on the source before? Really? I think in that sense they probably meant it is framed in a less linear fashion. Though it is still exactly as linear. It's more of like a Realm Reborn style framing device for the dungeon, and not like a dungeon that is literally a straight line, I guess. Please wait while I move the lift, Ribbit, said the frog. Okay. I'm waiting. Maybe I won't wait, actually. I refuse to wait. I didn't realize that was what frog meant exactly, I guess. Oops. I think honestly, if I had seen it'll be like Realm Reborn dungeons, I would have said, oh no, instead of like, I would have been glad that it was still linear, because I get lost so easily in like Hawk Manor, even though it's not really that difficult to navigate, probably. Oh, I will absolutely do the variant dungeons. Don't you worry. Not like the savage difficulty versions of them, but like the regular versions of them. I will at the very least be looking at them. Hey, the auto attacks here are no joke, by the way. I'll say for the record that currently the only content that I am not planning to show on stream is anything that's like Savage or Unreal, Eureka, Bozja, Nier at this point. And that's basically it. So like everything that they added, everything that is currently in Endwalker is likely something I will show. The little spring yonder ought to put a spring in your step, also is something that Merorogo said at some point. I guess that is also a fair point, is that we've still got a ways to go before we get to variant dungeons. Though, we've also been going through the game pretty quickly, all things considered. Another lift, Ribbit, just a moment. Mostly considering that I expected this to take way longer. Because I expected to be able to stream way less commonly. Okay, so Grahatia has a very funny fell and took fall damage sound of oh. I sense a mischievous presence, Ribbit. Please take care. I recognize this enemy model a little bit. Oh gods, it's still here, says Jistola. Well, that's promising. Yeah, the big blue tee hee hee. Let's play. The big gelatin enemies were something. Water, become spears, things of flesh and bone to pierce. Okay. Water, flow so swift, wash away and set adrift.
going to leave a mark. Stubborn.
Such fun! More water! We need more water! Do we? Oh, okay. It's sort of this again. I'll just stand here. Wait, you have to hit the geysers? Wait. So the NPCs just don't do this? Is that? Oh. Well, I guess I lose then. Well, that's a flaw of game design. You know, actually, this is telegraphed in advance by this here. You have to use those geysers to move through the dungeon. I think that is the intent, is that you're supposed to recognize that. But in the context of a boss fight, I immediately thought it was an attack to avoid, especially because the NPCs positioned themselves to avoid it. Yeah, the geyser that gets you into the arena too, but like, yeah. I'm just saying that I think that was the intent, was that you were to recognize those were the platforming geysers from the dungeon prior, or like the part of the dungeon immediately before the boss fight. Though I did not recognize them. Yeah. Graha used Cure 1. Worst healer ever. Unbelievable. Wait. You have to use a specific geyser?
I will not hold back. Stubborn.
No, all my water is gone, but I can't lose. I won't. Why won't you get hit?
I will not hold back. Allow me.
The 4-directional tank buster in this fight is kind of interesting. I think that's neat. Oh, now these are here again? But like, this time we probably have to avoid them, right?
I will not hold back.
Alright, I give up, you win. Nothing is so bothersome as a familiar made by an untrained hand. The water is flowing again, Ribbit. Let us head back. Oh, I already have one of those, apparently. Okay. Clearly, when they said this was like Realm Reborn dungeons, they meant that you had to go back to the start exactly like in Hawk Manor. Ugh, I'm freezing in my sodden clothes. Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln. Worry not, you'll be warm again soon. Very warm. Step right through, Ribbit, and I will guide you safely to the kiln fire cauldron. Oh yeah. Huh. Interesting. I'll forget that by the time I see one of them. Guaranteed. Unless it happens in this dungeon inexplicably. Which it won't, because there's okay. There's only one tank here. So, good heavens, is the magma rainbow-colored? Spectacular, says Graha. The product of dissolved crystals, lest you wonder. Off we go, Ribbit. Please try not to fall behind. Rainbow lava is not something I expected. It's very colorful. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not sure how you could not notice it. It seems very bright and everywhere. Oh. A cauldron is being stirred over here. Yeah, that's fair. That's also fair. What the ribbit? I also did not see chat in the near raid that I did stream, leading to me wiping the raid. Oh, was it? Dragon Quest III Adventure? Or did you mean the... Oh yeah, that's right. I remember commenting on that when they showed up the first time. It's very silly. Spin? That is indeed a spin. A little magma can't stop us. Magmalis sounds correct. Oh yeah, I'd see that. It would be definitely less noticeable with this sort of camera perspective from a lot of angles. It's that big brood again. Again, didn't mean to sound rude by asking how you didn't see the lava, if I did sound rude. Oh, tilted towards... Oh, like this. Yeah, okay, that I can also see that. I probably didn't sound rude, but I still apologize anyway. They do. I was noticing that too. I was thinking about how like they are making the quote-unquote trash mobs less like standardized, I guess. Like they're doing more unique and interesting things with them. Even if that's just large AoE. It's good, I think. One thing in this game that I keep doing is not realizing when I'm down to 2 targets and should switch to single target. Because multi-target is usually 3 targets or more for like when it's good to be doing that. Oh dear, that sounds concerning. Honestly, smite this fiend once and for all, Ribbit. This isn't even the boss, that's kind of funny. Also, I'd say, like, avoid, like, mechanical spoilers as well. Because it'll be fun to be surprised by things like that, I think. This enemy has less HP than bosses, if you're counting this as one of the bosses. There have been dungeons that have had, like, mini-bosses before. What a fiery battle that was, and I don't mean the magma. Your destination awaits. And now the kiln should be lit. Oh, this isn't the boss arena? That takes care of the kiln. Aye, let us return to Master Matoya. Huh. I always forget about the lighthouse one too. Because one of the bosses feels like a just regular enemy that does nothing. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a porksy. And I also forgot Sastasha has 4. Are we fighting the porksy then? Or the kiln?
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Oh.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
She's doing so many ground pounds, you have to stop her. Giant flying pig with a funny costume getting the same music as a light warden is funny. Don't show any fear, they can smell it. Regal raiment, really? Garb aside, I suspect the creature will be anything but regal. This is another reason why it's still Shadowbringers, the boss music. Alright, let's see how well you handle the big girl. Huh, wait, what? Oh, okay, those were layered on top of each other.
This is going to leave a mark.
Oh. It's about to get turbulent in here. Take care you don't get sucked in. I see. I can't use any abilities during that portion. She's hitting herself. Find her quickly or you'll be in for a world of pain. Well, Matoya is a very powerful wizard, so... Oh. Oh. That's really cool.
This is going to leave a mark.
That's actually very cool. Ah, geez, my rotation got messed up a bit. It's fine. I still got those in the fight or flight window. So technically the rotation is fine. I think my divine veils are a little bit slow sometimes. No, get back here. Yeah, like that. Fall over. Joy. Graha seems to be smiling over there. Have we finished then? She's twitching, is that normal? Quite a fight she put up. I never knew familiar creation could be so rough.
To the stars.
Nothing quite like a kiln
Bombs,
fresh familiar.
Rope, or lamp oil. Eggs can't be taught any moves. I follow my dream.
Destroy!
Oh, the Porksy is twitching. Wiggling. Eggs cannot learn the moves bomb, rope, or lamp oil. Also, that was the same third line twice in one stream, I believe. A rarity. Now don't start ground pounding again.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
Nod. Is there any reason Sucro can't contribute to this? Or like Matoya? Or Y'shtola? Y'shtola did before, I think.
That should suffice.
Good. Let Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
Ah.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Shrug. Sucro is just standing here. Also, we're still using the Shadowbringers leitmotifs in scenes like this. The pig has been powered up. Ta-da!
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother Porksy with additional ether.
We must construct additional pylons.
I will.
Hey, wait a minute! Hey!
Before I try
What are you doing
again.
over there, Final Fantasy I Thief?
It's still hard work.
Hey, I saw
but
that.
a damn sight more
Hey.
efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone.
But
we're a step closer to our
Matoya
goal.
installed pixel art. Matoya gamer nerd. Confirmed. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to here in explorer mode. In the back on the wall, on like a wood panel, there was like an embedded Final Fantasy I NES thief sprite. Yeah, woodcut pixel art.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbert.
I think Yashola is blocking one of the pixel arts right now.
Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
People are still concerned about Sucro getting rest, even though she's not being corrupted right now.
In addition to the Porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
Matoya is having so much fun right now.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Okay, goodbye. Yeah, you can see the boot up there for, you could see it for like a fraction of a second. Matoya is pretty good. All right. All right, whoop, that was the raid finder for a split second. That's scary. All right, Matoya. I'm going to go into your super secret dungeon to take funny pictures. Sorry. This is something I should be doing for like every dungeon, honestly. But yeah, you can see them from here, actually. Oh, I can't. Fighter, black belt, thief, black mage, fighter again, white mage. They're on the bookshelves all over in the back. Red mage is up there and directly in the center. See, I think, yeah. I'll try and get closer. Oh, you can just walk down here. We are approaching the fighter one right now. Just above, yeah, just above the lamp. It's probably more visible from here. I'll go into G pose. As an example. White mage. G pose doesn't have as much freedom of movement as I would like, but that's really funny. There's the black mage over there, and there's the thief. Also, wow, so many books. There's an amusing number of dungeons that have like 1 billion books in them in this game. So I'm guessing these are only here and not really in the other sections as much. Because they are kind of like a big centerpiece for this. We could look around though. I mean, can't hurt. I just noticed the area is literally called the Sorcerer's Interstice, which is clearly a Sorcerer's Apprentice pun. So, like, yeah. Oh, that's fun. So what else do we have in this dungeon? This place is a little bit similar to like a few other dungeons, I think. Like this might be similar to the structures in the Arboretum, but also it reminds me a bit of the Anti-Tower and of you know, place. Ampidor. So that's mostly because of the layout of like the part where you descend to fight Diabolos. Not because I suspect it would have anything to do with Ampidor. I have no idea what Sucro would be like as a boss fight, but why would you fight Sucro? She's your friend. Sucro is everybody's friend, except for like when you're Xenos or other villains, I guess. The whole dungeon is pretty neat looking. It doesn't seem like there's other, like, funny Easter eggs. Ow. But the dungeon is neat. Wait. God, I forgot I still have one of the Zodiac Braves books in my inventory. Because you have to, like, delete the last one manually, I think. Ow. Ow. That's from the Relic questline of Realm Reborn, for the record. I guess with the framing device, it would make sense. Hey, wait a minute. What? It reminds me of Y'shtola because of the hair. That's funny. Oh. Helix fossil. Oh, is that the Charlene symbol? That makes sense then. Oh, also this area is called Flames Fantasia. They are absolutely 100% attempting to make you notice the Sorcerer's Apprentice and so on references in a very, hey, notice this kind of way, but I keep not noticing area names in dungeons. I'm going to assume that Matoya made that cushion for like Y'shtola when Y'shtola was a kid. Not a lot to see here other than the rainbow lava that's really cool to look at. That's true. Oh, there might be something to see around here. Oh, we have blacksmithing tools. I guess that makes sense given that it's a kiln. Does this imply that Y'shtola knows how to... I mean, not... I meant Matoya, but I guess Y'shtola also possibly. Does this inspire... Does this... Hold on, I'm forgetting how words work. Does this imply that Y'shtola and or Matoya know blacksmithing? Also, the various colors of lava being separated out is really interesting. Wonder what that's about. I mean, I guess they're all different elemental attributes. I would guess that the dragons probably don't know about this, because I think they would maybe care more. Or maybe they think it's cool, I don't know. Maybe they're like, hey, what do you do? Ooh, cool, rainbow lava. This is cool, actually, never mind. The dragon... We're wondering if the dragons know about Matoya's secret weird crystal melting lava station. Forgive me if this is a silly question, but of all creatures real and imagined, why choose a flying pig? Not that I dislike pigs, mind you. Given it was her first time making a porksy, Master Matoya did a fine job, though she did have Angelo for inspiration. Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. They are as peas in a pod, are they not? If peas in a pod argued with each other, maybe. I don't think peas typically do that. As I followed your deeds through history, I came across the names of a great many distinguished individuals, such as Commander Hext and Master Matoya, and it's been a delight to meet them in the flesh. I heartily look forward to making the acquaintance of the rest, not least the Azure Dragoon. Oh no. I do know vaguely that there are many silly interactions with the Stinian in my future. Or the future. Let's see, brilliant minds, rapier wits, humor drier than Thanalan. Appearances aside, I'd say the two Matoyas are mirror images of one another, of each other. You're not wrong. The Admiral, oh right. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Lominsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Alright. It's time for nautical metaphors and stuff. Sucro, it has been some time since I was able to regale you with various nautical metaphors in my attempt to speak. Well, it's not really an attempt, it's actually still speech, but... I have no idea what this part is, I just know that the Admiral always says nautical things. If nautical nonsense be something you wish. Even as we speak, we are weaving a new future, and when it all becomes history, I hope that those who follow may look back with gladness. Though the Admiral is not expecting us, I'm certain she will want to hear our report. Come, let us request an audience. If we offer them the means to cure their temper, the beast tribes are far more likely to listen. Why, Sucro, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She's presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me. Oh, hey. Actually, this is very convenient timing for us, isn't it? Hey, everyone. Between the devil and the deep blue sea. That is pretty metal. My friends, what brings you here this day? Explaining. Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastmen. Ah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the temperate may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. Well, it's good to recognize that. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. Also, 1.0 Limsa music, suddenly. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. It was I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Lomensans have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagan for control over the seas has only grown fiercer. A matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. Nod. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfir, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Nod. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they've learned naught of any value. Well, sounds like we have a task. Leave it to us. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Nod. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. Nod. This seems like a random plot diversion that I'm sure will become less random once I learn more about it. I know not of this city, save what I've read or heard in passing, so in this matter I will follow your lead. The Admiral is right. The cause of the conflict needs to be addressed. We'll do what we can to ease the way, but it ultimately falls to the Luminsons to make peace with their neighbors. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know of this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, Zuko, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Okay, so is Sicard going to be A, completely irrelevant, B, someone who wants to go to the moon, C, a secret Asian, or D, Xenos in disguise? Or E, something more reasonable than any of those things? The answer is actually all of them. It's Xenos in disguise who wants to go to the moon. And whatever the other one I said was. Oh, Xenos in disguise who wants to go to the moon is also an Asian again. Hey, Roswin. You want to know about Sicard? He's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Monskate's place at Old Hilfir's side. I guess it could also be Fandaniel. There was a time we raced the executioners for a pick of the Empire's fleet. The Garleans are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumped-up bilge-rat Sicard leading the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for our troubles, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass to our sisters as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded or with child, and they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with the little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. Yeah, they got another Xenos corpse. You know, there are potentially still a whole lot of bodies of Solace around. It's me, Emmett Selk 2, for real. And meet my friend, Emmett Selk 3. Why do I have to be 3 when you get to be 2? Etc. I hope Xenos isn't like a starfish. That would be concerning. Alright, Carvalane. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how then are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Given how Fandaniel was throwing money around and yelling about money and telling Xenos how good money was and doing cartwheels, this probably has something to do with Fandaniel. And would serve as a way for us to actually run into Fandaniel, which we haven't yet, I suppose. Like, Sucro has not personally run into Fandaniel, is what I mean. I'm pretty sure we don't, like, Sucro doesn't know that an Ascian is piloting Asahi's body at this time, but I'm sure she will learn about it soon enough. Walking through the city, one would never suspect this was until recently a bastion of piracy. The Admiral is to be commended for overseeing so swift a transformation. As I went about making my inquiries, I chanced upon a shop that boasted a rather enticing selection of sweetmeats. Perhaps we could take Gabu and Graha there one day? I see everyone has returned. Now who would like to go first? So just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sicard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they're coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbor Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune, and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into a sharp decline, a sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hori Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds in Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Gasp? Do you mean to say that the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. I have no idea where this plot point is going. If Alphino's theory proves well-founded, it would go some way to explaining the Executioner's vehement opposition to peace. Do you remember how Alphino pretended to be some manner of merchant to infiltrate Yulmore? Well, I bet you 10 gil he's about to reprise the role. Hello, Star Trek joke. The Search for Sicard. I know the title of a movie is The Search for Picard, I think. This is probably a joke. Alphino has the look of a man with a plan. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant there is a search for Spock, that's true. I guess there's not a search for Picard, probably. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsalomensa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Oshan's Embrace in Lower Lenosha shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Group nod. It could still be specifically referencing that movie title in a roundabout way. I feel like the Final Fantasy XIV localization team would absolutely do that. It's always fun also to see other people on the exact same quest step as I am when I'm streaming. That's fun. Hey, wait a minute. I don't think I ever really looked over here and saw this. What the heck? Hey, what's all this then? The music cuts out. Can't land here. Oh, this is a piece of Dalamud? I never noticed this. Somehow. Can't wait for this to be Lavos later on in the story. This is an extremely like dormant Lavos looking structure. I love how the music fades out when you get close to it, actually. I wonder if that's on purpose or if it's just because it's out of the map boundary, like where you normally would be going. And just sort of a consequence of them implementing flight into this map at a later time. The other person in this quest step did not get distracted by seeing Lavos in the water. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he's truly in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Sucro's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graha is right, and even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel, but very well. I leave it you, Graha. Did they miss a word, or is this grammatically correct but slightly archaic? I leave it you. I think this might be a typo. Alright, time for Graha to be very bad at acting or something. If the music turns into comedy music. Got business with me, Catboy? I can't believe they used the actual term Catboy to actually address Graha in canon. You're the crystal wholesaler. Grin. That I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want the crystals for? Yep, he's really bad at acting. Don't look at us, you idiot, you'll give yourself away! Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. He's grinning this whole time. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I'll not quibble over the price. All right, it's plain that's no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. Thumbs up and a wink. Shrug. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. And yeah, at least they spelled it with a Y. I feel like most instances of it being spelled with an I instead are probably in the context of things that I don't like. But that could also just be my generally suspicious of everything. Yeah, I need your strongest crystals. Given how long you spent playing the Crystal Exarch, you'd think Graha would be a better actor. Honestly, if it hadn't been for that staff, I must remember to thank Tataru. They went into that tunnel, quietly now. That's certainly a lot of crystals. Of the same color that we use to power the computers, or to cool the computers. And that's true too, he isn't a good actor as the Exarch. Like, early on when you're like, so what happened to Graha Tia? You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Ogomoro, if you take my meaning. Wait, they're not earth crystals, though. I thought they needed to gather a specific element. Stuff's as pure as it gets, you won't be disappointed. So how much do you want? Ogomoro, taken from the kobolds just as we suspected. I think we've been seen. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. We turned around quickly. You must be Sicard. Judging by the framing of the shot making you seem important. Or you're some random person. Nope. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. Gasp. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet's 'cause we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will ya? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours, her especially. Well, the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber. You lot stormed Ugamaro and bad bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. Now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after 'em. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you've broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astalicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. Well, that's suspicious. Yeah, I think everyone in the Scions is a doofus a lot of the time, but they have... But they're still quite powerful in varying situations. Though I have some passing knowledge of prior events, I am yet ill-qualified to meddle in Lominsan affairs. It was not my place to argue with Sicard, much as I would have liked to. Nay, it's for the Admiral to deal with him and the bloody executioners both. By bringing them to the negotiating table, we have played our part. Yeah, I see what you mean, though. That seems like an Exarch kinda thing for sure. I don't know about you, but it was all I could do to stop myself punching Sicard in the smirking face whenever he opened his mouth. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa Lominsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. I don't need to motorcycle, I can just teleport to Limsa. I think I mentioned this in the 5.3 stream, but it certainly seems like the .x patches are getting longer. Which is, for the record, a neutral statement, for the most part. The Astalicia is the very last place for such a meeting. The Admiral will be marching right into the Curl's Den. I hope we don't end up regretting this. Sicard does not want for confidence, that much is plain, but I have faith in the Admiral. She's dealt with far worse. Well, while we have no assurances Sicard will be amenable to reason, there can be no compromise without discussion. There you are. We've eagerly awaited your return. Welcome back, my friends. What news? Nod, explain. So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sakar's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs on the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. Nod. Group nod. Well, it didn't switch to like a duty glow, talk to this person, commence battle type of thing. So, you know, how bad could it go? She's got her gun and everything.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
Oh boy.
You can shove your piece!
I don't think this is gonna go well. Are they gonna do like a quick draw duel?
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners.
Hey, I got
at
his
your
voice
service.
pretty accurately on a guess, I guess. Unless he had one line that was voiced already.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
I'm distracted by the pirate immediately to the right of him in like the front row that's doing like a funny dance, basically. It's sort of like shadow boxing, but ineffective, so it just looks like a funny dance.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we take!
Oh dear.
Piracy has no place in our future.
Well, that's not gonna get a good response from the crowd.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place. Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied
Actually, I'm
history.
surprised that that made them all, like, be quiet instead of making them all mad.
Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive
I guess that's true.
But not
Yeah,
so
that
long
was
ago
also
when the
true.
Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built. We set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain
It's been
their
Bosnia this whole
freedom.
time and not Bosja? Whoops. Learning, because things are pronounced very much after they're introduced. After, introduced. Yeah, Bosnia. Alright. Also, like, I guess it is also true that while if the pirates got mad, Sucro is here. They probably know that Sucro is not to be fought. Maybe. I mean, I don't think there's any reason that Merlvib would say Bosnia differently from other people.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty.
It could be inconsistent
But if
also.
we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our
Also, kobold
crewmates.
is plural? Like without an S? I swear they've said kobolds before, though. And yeah, that's also true. Her sailing metaphors do make sense here.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us?
I suppose in the sense of the kobold and Sahagin people, it would make sense as well. Grammatically.
Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true?
Never heard of this league.
If so, you'd know how we pirates.
The League of
settle our
Lost Bastards is not something that's been mentioned before, to my knowledge. Gasp. Are you suggesting... Is this actually going to be a pistol duel? Yep, sure is.
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept
This guy
your
didn't see the
challenge.
part where she shot like 7 Sahagins when they were trying to summon Leviathan. Alright, it's time for Samurai Kirby. This guy's going to do a cheat. And then Merlvib's going to like bullet time dodge an early shot and destroy him or something. I don't know. Sucro, use cover. Waiting for the cheap shot that he's going to attempt due to being the designated villain of today. Or their bullets hit each other midair and it's very anime instead. I don't know. Wow! I didn't expect that to be actually what happened. Or that! Everything I said happened at the same time.
I'll be examining this.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Whomst? Oh.
It's the captain!
Yeah, that makes
Captain
sense.
Elfair. Ye fool. 'Twas over
I can't
before
believe
it
I called the
began.
bullets hitting each other in midair. What the heck? Like, what? Like what? Hey. And then also called Merlvib dodging a bullet. Like, basically, I said she'd bullet time, but, you know, close enough, right? I swear I haven't seen this part of the game before.
Captain.
I guess so.
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed.
Does seem that way, yeah.
Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew with a good ship.
Yeah, this guy is so pirate voice. It's very true. Aw, geez. Well, thank you too for saying such nice things and also being cool and good. I hope your internet doesn't explode. And yeah, bullets hitting each other isn't something I've seen before. I just thought it would be very anime if it did happen, and it did happen. Also, like, Sicard was shot in the leg and the hand, or at least like the leg and the gun, I guess. Is he like bleeding out right now? Is this fine?
At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
Audio's a little desynced. I've actually seen that on Twitch recently. There was a Twitch problem for me recently where someone's audio was slightly desynced, and refreshing the page made it line up again, I think. It might have been yours, actually. What? That's weird. Like, I tested to see if the game audio was lined up before the stream this time. Like, specifically, because I knew that there had been times when it was off on my end. So I think it must be Twitch, right? I'll have to check afterwards, but I did check before. So it's either my computer is falling apart in the middle of this secretly somehow, or it's Twitch. But I'll check, and I did check before the stream, so I can't blame myself for whatever's happening really either.
You bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything you want.
Except for pirates.
We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom!
I have no way of checking if this desync is on my end. It says I have 0 dropped frames. Oh yeah, freedom is being brought up again. Let me see. I'd be looking at the Twitch stats. Or the stats of the thing. None of these numbers mean anything to me. Yar. Frames missed due to rendering lag, 18 out of 975,460. I don't... It's probably a Twitch.television. The overlay is synced, but the game is desynced? What? Again, no way of me checking without stopping everything, so, well...
So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate!
Okay, but the thing is, if my audio is fine, then that means that it's on my end.
Lad.
Whoa.
I made ye me right hand because I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief.
If one of the audio sources is fine, that means this is my computer and not Twitch. Unless, I mean, it'd probably be really difficult to tell when mine was lined up. What? So, technology issues are like the #1 thing. I mean, the mouth movement is slightly imprecise already. So, I don't know. I think what I mean by that is if this audio was also desynced, I think it would be difficult to tell just because of the nature of how this works. Here, let's try. I'm not trying to shoot my computer until it works. I'm trying to demonstrate audio. What? So, actually, that's a really good audio sync test now that I think about it. So if that is synced, and the game is not synced, what does that mean? What does that mean? That would mean it's on my end, but like in a very weird way that I don't understand. Yeah, then who was phone or whatever? And who's the caveman? But I tested the game to see if it was synced before. Technology problems really like steal my entire attention, and I fixate on them until I can fix them, and I get really frustrated. Sorry. Sorry.
Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be.
Thank you for petting Callie.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a
Merylvib, did you
proud
name your
pirate
pistol the
fights.
Annihilator? And not tell anybody this except for these pirates?
Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
I don't remember that she said that, but I'd believe it, I guess. Nod. You know, all things considered, that went surprisingly well. Listen closely to the audio. I think this sort of interaction is the easiest way to see if the game audio is off. Not that I can do anything about it. Anyway. Well, I don't condone what Sicard has been doing. I know how difficult it can be to change course. It took me long enough to join the Scions, didn't it? When the discussion gave way to a duel, I feared what might unfold, yet only a fool would underestimate the Admiral, as Sicard soon discovered. There are times when one must stand one's ground, even if the cost of failure is beyond reckoning. The Admiral did just that, and I have nothing but respect for her. As she continues to steer her nation through this period of transition, I pray the Navigator will see fit to fill her sails. Like Mistbeard before him, Hilfir chose to trust the future of our nation to the Admiral. That was the moment I believed that the good ship Limsa finally embarked upon her new course. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But I am full glad that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we've made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Nod. Are we going to talk about the gun more, I guess? It was in... Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. Nod. Nod. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagins swarmed at our holes in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. Gasp. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Nod. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenosha, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They should welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Or they would welcome. Nod. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Nod. Precisely. He's the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and they're my venture founders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life, aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. Shrug. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alize would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest or die trying. I believe in you, Alize! And I believe in you too, you and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. Alrighty then. Wait a minute. Why is my map, like, falling off screen a little bit? Let's put it over here. I have no doubt that Alize will succeed with the cure if we can but afford her the time. Be under no misapprehension. The extent of the High Priest tempering is like to far exceed that of Gabu. But then his was a relatively mild case. Milder indeed than the majority of those we wish to save. The coming mission will be a truer test of our treatment. This is also not a there will be a duty thing yet. Alphino wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for ether, you need only say the word. Gabu, did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express state say, please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, all right? Shake head. My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we've secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Ogamaro mines at once. Nod. Gabu is absolutely 100% going to rush in despite being told to stay out of the way due to the danger. Phrasing it as stay out of the way makes it sound a little bit rude, but... Okay, this is totally going to be the commence battle prompts that I keep expecting to happen. Or maybe not, I don't know. Oh. Oh, right, we have to go around, because that door doesn't open, I think. Sure doesn't. I got confused. There we are. There it is. There's nothing more to say. I'm going to do this for Gabu and Tesleen and anyone who's ever dreamed of a better future. Alize can be forgiven a certain amount of recklessness, but if she goes so far as to contemplate sacrificing herself, I will remind her how she responded when I thought to do the same. Not that we will let it come to that, of course. Ready when you are, my friend. Patriarch Zada. If the name sounds familiar, it's because he was the one who presided over the deaths of Gabu's parents. I tried to reach out to him that day, only for my pleas to fall upon deaf ears. But this day will be different. We will reach out together, all of us, and we will take peace in our grasp. The Conqueror's chain stands ready, but weaken your foes and it will see them subdued. Well, seems like a good time to BRB again. Okay, hello, I am here again. I guess it's time to commence a battle or something. Well. This aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he make the summon Titan as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alize's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Ainzar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. Okay, so if this actually lets you kill a kobold and fail, this will be maybe a problem. But if they just, like, survive indefinitely with 1 health, then it won't be a problem. Probably. It's happening again. Or they're trying to make it happen again, anyway.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwyb Blufistvin.
Wait, the
Admiral
W
of
isn't a V in her
Minsa.
name? I thought it was Merlwyb. I have no idea how to say anything. But she just said Merlwyb. I thought that was pronounced like a V in Rugadan names.
I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
Hmm.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your soul.
Why does your voice sound familiar, Second Order Patriarch Zada? I don't know if you were voiced before, but you sound like someone else who's on the voice cast. Or someone who has voiced someone else on the voice cast.
Aye, just as we thought.
Yeah.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need
Merlwyb
to tell
is very take action.
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
And she has 2 guns. One of them is the Annihilator, and the other one is the Annihilator 2, I guess. I'm beginning the incantation. The girl seeks to harm the Patriarch with vile magics. Kill her, slaughter, slay, kill.
We must protect Alize.
Not if we have anything to say about it. Sucro, draw the golems to me. Oh. Wow. Alright. It looks like it doesn't matter that we're technically depleting HP. I think Wedge is the voice I was hearing in that voice a little bit. What sorcery is this? It's a sorcery that needs to be cast approximately 4 more times. Oh, his tempering is too severe. I can't finish the job. So one person's ether alone is not enough. Oh.
Just what we need. You're not alone.
Fascinating. Fascinating new AoE graphic that just happened.
sights.
Merlip sounds very robotic when she says that particular line. Alphino, let us lend Alize our ether.
Here you are, Alize.
Thanks, you two. I'll give it another try. Bombs! We can't let them get near Alize. I'm nearing my limit. Curses, more of them! Spread out and hold them off!
More! I need more ether!
Oh. This is the one I meant to take. Kind of weird how there's a very specific bomb that's for you, the player, to intercept. Oh, good grief.
Just a little more!
7 hells, there's too many! Someone's leave this to me, stand clear all of you! Oh, wow. Yeah, home gang immunity, or like, of all the reckless things, Alize, now's your chance! Alright, please, please let this work. They all have stacks of ethereal depletion. Ah, my head, the pain, the pain! Almost. Is it still not enough? Almost there. Sucro, please lend me your ether too. Yeah, why didn't Sucro do this before? Uh-oh. You're dead now, girl. Finished, done for, dead. No, you don't. No, Admiral, it's too dangerous. I made my decision before I came here. No matter what it costs me, Limsa will have peace. It's okay, she's holding down and back. She was blocking. Slay the last one! Exterminate! Destroy! Slay! And now, like, this unnamed enemy is dangerous for us because of all the debuffs, I guess. Dangerous, sort of. Yeah. Your drill is very cool. But also you need to aim it at me instead of in a funny shape. I meant, when I said why didn't Sucro do it before, I meant more like in the non-combat situations in which people were lending people ether. Sucro did not participate in those. And it's not entirely clear why. Sucro, a little more ether, just a little more and I can finish this. That's fine. Thank you, it'll work this time, I promise. I mean, when I say that's fine, I mean like, that's okay, don't worry about it. To be clear.
Yes, this will do. Here I go.
That's probably true of what was going on with Sucro.
Go, Angelo.
I don't know who that Bloodborne character is, to be honest.
Did it work?
I still don't know who that is because I don't know Bloodborne well enough.
What?
Sorry.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Oh yeah, that is a Titan statue. I guess when I said it's happening again, I meant it happened again.
No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Yeah.
Would that there were a cure for
think
the
that's
victims of the tempered.
when you. I don't think that's still Gabu's parents or anything. I think that's new sacrifices was my thought. Maybe I'm wrong and that is the same kobolds. Teleport sound. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
It's definitely not better either way.
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
I realized it would probably be... This is probably not a time for the default smile face. This is a sad time. But also hopeful, I guess, in the same way, a little bit. Oh, do you remember this happening?
What
Quite a
have I
lot.
done?
But
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples.
you've done a lot, but I don't think it's really your fault, given how tempering works.
For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, What choice had we but to call
And
upon the divine to rid
yeah.
ourselves of your tyranny?
Yeah.
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Leminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept.
An apology isn't really enough for this situation, but I guess it's all we have to offer. And acknowledging it does help. Okay, good.
Yet
We're
I know
continuing
an
on
apology
to the
alone will
same
not serve
point that
to
I
make
just
things
said.
right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And
That's
any
good.
who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
I mean, Merlvib, her whole idea here is good, but also I think it's fair for Zada to be doubtful.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is
Merlvib, please! You can't just name your guns these things.
Judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan.
Annihilator and death penalty? Jesus Christ. Merlvib. I guess you didn't name them, but still. Or maybe you did? I don't know.
It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it.
This is kind of a lot too, and everyone is surprised by this.
A single bullet to annul the
Jeez.
old pact and my
Like-
blood to
Like,
right
okay,
it.
geez. We were just talking about not doing the sacrifice thing. Come on. But also, like,
What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness
but
of
also,
all who
she's
call
really
Vilgrund
doing, like,
home.
everything she can here to make it clear that she is not going to betray them again. I guess it is. I don't know if it's really a dare. It's just a. It's sort of an. This is how much I'm willing to sacrifice kind of situation. So I guess in a sense it's kind of like a dare. Wow. So that definitely missed, right? Yeah. I knew how that would go. Still though, imagine if they just killed Merlvib here. Imagine if the story did that. That would be a lot.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gaboo does. And I will trust
So yeah,
you.
this whole scene's been pretty impactful, I would say. But something good might be happening.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid.
But yeah, there are
always
very
ready to
rarely
help.
stories where in a scene like that, someone would actually be killed. Nod.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
The voice acting is very good here, I think, also.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Also, I think there's something slightly funny about Merlvib only throwing one of her guns away. Like, if I were in the kobold's position here, I'd be like, that's only one of your guns. You still have another gun and you could shoot me. But like, I don't know. In two separate worlds, the seeds were sown, and through the determination of two indomitable women, they have quickened into this historic moment. I feel honored to have been present to see it. It's taken a long time, but the dream of a lasting peace with the kobolds may soon become a reality, and it is all thanks to Alize. Your treatment may have restored the Patriarch to his senses, but it was the Admiral in Gaboo's words that touched his heart. This moment belongs to all of us, Sucro. We couldn't have done it without each other. I'm so glad we could sway the Patriarch. Convince, persuade, sway! Thank you for making it possible. Thank you. The Admiral seems hell's bent on worrying me to death, but I suppose the ends justify the means. Well fought, my friend. Well fought. It would seem we found a way forward with the kobolds. Next we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. Nod. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course not only for Limsa-Lominsa, but all Eorzea. Most skillful in what sense? Also, does Raubon count because he's not actually a city-state leader anymore? Raubon was did some stuff that was pretty okay, I think. But Merlib has definitely done a lot, yeah. If I could befriend you all, then surely other kobolds can befriend men too, and I'll do everything I can to help them. Facilitate, assist, help. Oh, that's true. He was never really the leader, except for... like when you summon, there's literally a minion that summons a city-state leader, and it summons Raubon if you are from Ul'dah, or if you started in Ul'dah. Savor the moment, girl. Your next task can wait. You calling me girl? Sucro's older than that. Judging by the complaints my back is making, I may have overreached myself. Ah, the ravages of old age. I dare say we could all do with a rest, Alisaie not least of all, given the amount of ether she's been expending of late. Gabu is wise beyond his years. It's all very well leaders signing peace treaties, but it falls to individuals to bridge the gap. Hey, look, it's the patch name. Hey, what's that in the silhouette of the patch? Is this concerning or good? Why is there a dragon silhouette? This makes me think it's concerning.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man.
Breathe Man
What
is
it?
one of the worst robot masters that I've ever heard of.
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Well, no rest for us, I guess. Here we go! Every time someone is suddenly running, I just always instinctively say, here we, or here I go, or here they go, or whatever for some reason, and I don't know why. So... Bad news, probably.
What is that?
Yeah, that seems like bad news.
A tower?
Yeah?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual.
So this is like a
just
beacon sending
there.
a message to the moon or something, right? And now the moon's going to try and kill us finally? Probably.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What?
What?
Understood. Send the Elder Seed
Let me
Seer
guess,
my
there's more of
regards.
these popping up in other places. Yep.
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower.
These are the
They've sprung
towers
up
of
all across
evil.
Eorzea.
We must conquer each.
Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are
Really?
on highest alert.
If you could point to more specific locations where they would be, I could go look. That seems interesting. If you know them, that is. So, Garlean construction, huh? No, don't worry about it. It's also something we can look at in the future, if we remember to, like, note it down or whatever. Something about Garlean construction is that it can kind of be connected to a lot of different things because of what we know of Garlemald's past. So I feel like that doesn't actually narrow down what's happening very much. Also, we know the sort of people that are currently, well, Garlemald is currently a mess, but we also know that Xenos and Fandaniel are about.
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Clearly, these are beacons to the moon that will summon Lunar
haste.
Bahamut to destroy us all.
My thanks.
Or whatever.
I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo. And may the navigators
Yeah, there's a tower
speed you on
here
your way.
of some sort. And apparently there's many towers elsewhere. Nod. Nod. Seemingly of Garlean construction, but whatever that means, I have no idea. Because, as I said, I feel like that doesn't narrow things down much anymore because of all the stuff that's going on in Garlemald and, like, all the stuff that is Garlemald's history. Its connections to Ascians and so on. Don't worry, miss. I'll keep watch over the tower. Your place is in Alamigo. Well, it's definitely some sort of beacon is my immediate assumption, given the pillar of light, the waves of other light. And yeah, that too, what with Garlemald being a mess. But yeah, that silhouette is not promising. It's been a while since we've been here. Though it isn't visible from here, the locals report that a tower-like structure has appeared in the south. Or to the south. Gabu, don't worry, he's with our Maelstrom friends, meaning we're free to deal with the latest problem to fall uninvited into our laps. It appears to be business as usual inside the city, but Lise will be able to tell us if there have been any developments without. Well, I want to go look at the tower first, because you told me vaguely where it is. I think I found it. I don't believe that's an area I can reach. No, that is off the map. Well, it sure is a tower that looks very similar to the other tower and is doing the same thing. Ah yes, the natural rock formations that give off giant pillars and waves of light frequently. You know, it's normal. Probably have to be like a level 100 miner to get anything out of that one. Good thing there's
Thank you for coming
aetheryte.
so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once.
I think we need to learn more about them first.
Towers.
Oh. Or something could be terrifying. Oh. Seems bad. Is this actually Lunar Bahamut? Did I actually call that correctly? Well, there's an ominous shot of the moon there.
The palace! After them!
Look, I know that there's like a lunar Bahamut of some kind in 4 somewhere. And also like Bahamut was in the fake moon, so why not have a Bahamut in the real moon also?
You're here, good.
Nod. Also, I think that's Fandaniel. Hey, Fandaniel. Hey, Fandaniel. Howdy, it's me.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here!
Congratulations on farming enough tombstones to buy Crypt Lurker gear, Fandaniel.
Is that...
Well, kind of.
a sigh?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh!
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel. And may I say what a pleasure it is to
I don't think we've seen
make
Fandaniel's mask before right now. How interesting. Screenshot, as I need to remember to take screenshots for potential thumbnails. Oh, we did see it in the intro. We haven't... I didn't remember it. Well, you know. What do you want? Or the towers, what are they for? What are the towers for? I mean, you're clearly doing something.
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time,
I thought you were like, I don't want to do this
grandest
stuff that Elidibus was doing. Finally, we can do other stuff. And you're just doing the same thing, you dingus.
The final days?
Oh
But
wait,
it was
I guess
the
if
Asians
you're...
who labored to prevent them.
wait, no, Elidibus was recreating a fake Final Days. You want the real Final Days. You want to destroy everything. Okay, I misspoke. Sorry, I got a little bit... I misunderstood you a little bit. Anyway, time to hit you with a sword until you fall over.
You're quite right. Though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered
I'm glad that Fandaniel gets to do funny poses. Even now.
Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean,
Also,
why
I like
bother
that
when
the
you're just
camera did a
another
brief,
sundered
like,
minion?
cut to his boots to show that he's pirouetting. Just to make sure that you know he did a little spin. To make absolute certain that you know that he's doing funny poses and spins. And he's going to cartwheel soon. Oh, I hit it twice.
Elidibus was not convinced by that argument. But thanks to you, I'm finally
Wait, did I make that
free
one,
of his
like,
incessant
capable of overlapping? I sure did. Okay.
free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Tsuko's just glaring. Understandable.
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste.
Okay, but why
nary a
though?
fleck of dust
Explain your
behind.
motivation, please. Yeah, exactly.
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Also, now that you mention it, yeah, there's a bit of Kefka vibe to this.
Because I want wretched creatures
Okay,
who ask such meaningless
good
questions to die.
response.
You! And you.
Did you just do finger guns? Okay, but why though?
I want you all to die.
Oh.
And I want to die too. Oh,
You are
yes.
very
I
Kefka,
want to die
actually.
and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of
Okay.
pain and suffering.
So you've completely lost it and there's no reasoning with you and I can hit you with a sword now.
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to
Hit him with the
dear
sword.
life.
Hit him with the sword. Hit him with the sword. He's right there. Yeah, I know.
So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
Nothing matters. Positive.
There's nothing positive about this man. Though that is his perspective on it, I suppose.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment.
That's also true. That would be why he gets along with Xenos, I guess.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the
Also, nobody has
spectacle to
asked about
end
the dragon
all
yet.
Spectacles.
The what?
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers at this very
Telophoroi.
star
We
of
have
stage.
an organization's name that is more than just this guy. You didn't hit him with the sword fast enough. And what the heck is this? End bearers. Oh, you mean like end walkers, maybe? Maybe? Possibly? Wow, that's purple. Wow, that's so purple. Sometimes it's so purple that you fall over. Hey, that's not good. In fact, I'd say that's quite bad. Hey, didn't you just teleport away? Did you do that just for effect and then you immediately teleported back? You're such a...
But
You
I
sure
nearly
did do that.
forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at
Chaos.
the heart
But we already
of the
killed
cave.
Chaos.
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty
Hey, it
companion
is
here,
Lunar
whom I've dubbed
Bahamut. I
Lunar
did
Bahamut,
call it.
will burn your cities. And
I don't
everyone
know if I don't know if I'd heard somewhere that there was a Lunar Bahamut, but also this is probably a good video thumbnail right here. Though I guess I'm not for newer games I usually make video thumbnails that are not spoilers, but I guess this is old enough that I can just have this as the thumbnail now. Anyway, I don't know if I knew that Lunar Bahamut was in this game because I can't recall everything I've heard or seen, but I don't think I did. I think I just kind of... I guess this is an ominous shot of the moon in a way. I expected him to immediately teleport back in and be like, and another thing!
Everyone
But
out.
Ralbon, it's so
My men will
purple.
tend to the blaze.
You don't know if it'll work like other fire. Also, it seems to be pretty, like, stationary and not spreading, you know? Well, that was quite something. Our scouts report that the Ascian and his dragon have left Garabanya. Seems this was purely a social visit. Though our objectives were different, I could understand why Elidibus and his fellows acted as they did, but Van Daniel... It will take me some time to make sense of it all, if indeed there is any sense to be found. Fandaniel very specifically said that there was no sense to be found. I guess you could see that as funny. I'm a little concerned, and my immediate reaction is to see this as potentially, oh no, is this going to end up being more uncomfortable? So that's me though, I guess. Are you all right, Sucro? The rest of us are fine, if a little singed. The dragon let us off lightly. Honestly, though, only a madman would choose the name Lunar Bahamut, which just about sums up Fandaniel, I suppose. The finger pointing was funny. I'm just concerned that Fandaniel is going to end up being uncomfortable to me in some way. Like, more than intended. What part could these towers feasibly play in the Telephorois plans, do you think? I, for one, am at a loss. For now, we should bear word of these developments to the others. I only hope Thancred and Urianger are safe. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raubon, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Merlvip tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Nod. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate and take care. Both of you. Nod. Wave. If an Ascian is on the prowl, it will not be long before we call on you and yours again. Rest now while you still can. So you did it. You found a cure for tempering. Oh, it makes me want to do something heroic right now. Speaking of which, I'd better get ready and set up for the tower. Yep, Lys is still Lys. Wait a minute. Oh right, this is the sorrow of Wurlet. Also, we heard the Wurlet today as like a province. I didn't realize that was a place. For some reason, I thought it was like a person who had left some sort of legacy. But you know. I suppose given that Gimlet Dark is a place with a similar sounding name, I could have intuited that Wurlet was a place. By the way, has the audio still been desynced? I don't want to linger on it this time, but I do still want to know. It would seem you have had quite an eventful time in my absence, but I'm fully rested now and ready for more. It's getting worse. Ah, how good it feels to come home to the Rising Stones. It's here my heart feels most at peace and my mind the clearest. Well, at least that'll make it easy for me to check if it happened in the video file by just looking at the end of it. Y'shtola returned just before us, and it seems she knows about the towers too. Though my new, or rather old, by which I mean young, though this body has a good deal more stamina than the one I wore out in the first, I confess I've been looking forward to a moment's respite. We've had a busy few days, have we not? Welcome back, Sucro. Make yourself comfortable and let me know if I can get you anything. Ah, you're back too. Good. We've received the reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. And so they did. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It all seemed tediously predictable but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. Well, now I know where, like, several of the towers that probably exist in Endwalker and share names with certain towers from 4 are what they are. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. Nod. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest that they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Simulacrum? One of those. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. And do all of the side quests first. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the Porxies to her grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. She seems to think they're adorable, judging by this picture. Which she would. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amal-Jah when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amal-Jah claimed that the number of their kind have been abducted and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they've been sighted as far afield as Yangsha. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little now save remain vigilant, and since we're dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Totaro and Kryl chase Estinian around the world Part 2, apparently. Estinian? Now just a moment, if he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we will struggle to even find him. You let me and Kryl worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. They've done it before. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless, so if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. These two are secretly very dangerous. Well, maybe not so secretly. But yeah. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the Porxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. 'Twas ever the way, the world often needs saving, or, oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventures? Or, and I could really have done with the rest. 'Twas ever the way, the world often needs saving. And save it we shall. I, for one, do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take us all to the grave with him, not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I will do all in my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done. Nod. Meanwhile... No? But there's always a meanwhile. There it is. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks... Tower! Well, that sure is a tower.
The scouts should have been back by now.
Bad idea.
I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
I don't know, this doesn't seem good. This seems bad. Hey, this is obviously bad, right?
Glory be.
Yeah, okay. Excuse me? Sorry, what? I was expecting, like, meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, I was expecting, like, is that, like, Lunar Bahamut tempering, parentheses, artificial? I bet Lunar Bahamut's, like, an artificial primal that can still temper, actually. This sword could be cooler. Time for prancing and cartwheels.
And the first
and a disco point.
Roared to life.
I mean, when I say artificial primal, I mean primal created through means other than summoning, I guess. Disco point. The moon is like a disco ball, Lord Xenos. If you think about it. Spin.
Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord.
What are you doing, Fat Daniel?
By strange
You're literally skipping
your
about.
Dear friend chanced to be present when I made
God,
my declaration.
Everything this guy does in terms of animation is very silly.
I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry
You've
to die?
chosen incorrectly, Fandaniel.
Ah.
God.
My apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior.
Fandaniel is someone who played
contingent.
Phantasy Star Online 2 and thought that all of the emotes weren't exaggerated enough.
For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
Wow, he did a normal bow. And also stood still for like 5 seconds. That must have taken a lot. I must change my class to promote the next expansion pack.
One word
With a cool
of
scythe.
awaited reunion.
Yes, and it will be dramatically revealed in the trailer. In such a way where it is hidden from the audience for a while. Swords. Friendship ended with swords. Scythes are my new best friend. Spoilers. I hope that someone made the friendship ended with X. Why is my new best friend meme, but with Xenos and swords? That's got to exist. Like, there's no way that doesn't exist. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. Yet I cannot help but wonder how Kryl and Tataru intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. Oh, I could probably make that meme, too. Okay, Clown Squad is still over there. Real is still doing the same thing. Anybody in here? I got the achievement Pen and Sword, by the way. Writer of Histories. More like Reader of Histories. Hey, look, it's these two. While events have taken a grim turn, I must say that I've enjoyed our time adventuring together, the visit to Oz's Law not least of all. Since then, I've spent some time pondering why Lord Aemon rejected Owen's proposal to investigate a cure for iconic corruption. Perhaps he judged the endeavor too difficult to pursue, I considered. but it seems more likely that it was not in Aleg's best interests for a cure to exist. Whatever the truth may be, full glad am I that we could finish what Owen began. I wonder what our friend Emperor Solus would think were he to learn that his own flesh and blood is seeking to usher in the final days, together with a rogue Ascian no less. Idle musings aside, I pray that Thancred and Urianger return safely, and with the intelligence we sorely need. Well. So that was 5.4. Stuff happened. The next main story quest is called Unto the Breach. Thancred and Urianger are okay. Cool. I mean, of course they are. They're in the Endwalker trailer. But still. We are getting close to Endwalker in a sense, but we still have like the healer role quests, the role quest epilogues, and the Sorrow of Whirlit, I think. Sucroplans.txt. Yeah, that's basically it. So remove Futures Rewritten, because we did that. Futures have been rewritten. Parentheses. It's not looking good for the future right now. I anticipate that, well, this was a long stream, so the patches are long. 5.5 might even be longer. 5.5 might be 2 streams at the rate things are going. Whirlit would probably be 2 or 3. Roll quest stuff would probably be like 2 streams worth of time combined, but I don't know. I plan to do all of that stuff because it was released before Endwalker. Not necessarily because of any sort of story connections or anything of the like. Put a striking dummy in your yard. But yeah, I'm not... The reason I want to do Whirlit is because it was something that existed in 5.x mostly. And also because I want to see what it is, because I haven't. But yeah, also I want to do basically everything except for Nier now, and also Extremes and so on. Well, not, well, Savage, rather. But yeah, that was 5.4. I'm going to say that it's Fandaniel and Lunar Bahamut's fault that the audio desync was happening. I'll see if it happened on my end very soon. And if it did, I have no idea why, and the only thing I know to do is restart my computer. But if it's not on my end, then thanks, Twitch.television, I guess. All that being said, that was Final Fantasy XIV. Wow. So thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in various links to donations or social media things, you can find them at borealrobin.card.co. I'm making a 2 with my hand that you can't see to convey that there are 2 R's. And you can also consider following or subscribing here if you haven't. And I would appreciate any of those actions very much. But you don't have to, because just being here and watching the stream is also support. Hooray, I'm giving you 2 thumbs up that you also can't see. I'm gesticulating a lot today for some reason. Anyway, yeah. With all that said, I hope that you have a good rest of your day or night. And I will see you at the next stream, whenever that may be. Good night.